First speaker being, I can't if I don't have the presentation. He just received it.
We can change.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am S.S. Srijit, founder and CEO of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies, India, and I'll be the moderator of this session. It is indeed a privilege to welcome all of you to today's profound exploration of a subject that has the power to shape nations, transform societies, and give individual lives value-based education. It is heartening to see such a distinguished gathering, students, educators, thought leaders, and enthusiasts who share a passion for integrating attributes of values within educational structures. Value-based education is not only just an approach, but a movement towards fostering global citizens who are not only intellectually capable, but also morally grounded. Education systems to inculcate values such as respect, integrity, service, and consciousness responsibility is more pressing than ever before. Our panel today consists of 5 distinguished experts who are passionately engaged with and contributed to this field, both theoretically and practically. They will guide us through the multifaceted aspects of values-based education, its implementation, challenges, and immense benefits for the next 45 minutes. Allow me to introduce our esteemed panelists. Delia Mammon, President and Founder, Grace D. Pace Foundation. Stephen Park, Professor Kung Hee University, and he will be participating in the discussion online. Olivia Pina, Principal Researcher and Deputy Director of the Institute of Social Sciences, University of London. She is also the Fellow of World Academy of Art and Science. She's also coming online. Kadir Khan Keskin Bora, representing Massachusetts University. 5th is CERN Karadensic, educational technologist, former rector again from Massachusetts University. And finally, Tilagam Jevelu, Principal Arochild International Schools, India, also comes online directly from India. Together, our panelists bring a wealth of knowledge, experience, and enthusiasm to the table, promising an insightful and engaging discussion. As we delve into the session, I encourage everyone to reflect on how we can collaboratively contribute to reshaping our educational systems to better serve the holistic needs of students today and tomorrow. Now, without further ado, let's warmly welcome our panelists and begin our journey into the transformative realm of value-based education. Each of you panelists can take 5 minutes to introduce your points and 2 minutes for further discussion or making a concluding statement. Last 3 minutes to attend 1 or 2 questions, if any. Thank you. Over to you. Yeah, this way.
What about, we have 2 online?
Yeah, 2 online.
Maybe they.
Yeah, they are.
3 online. 3 online. So will they begin?
No, we'll begin here and we'll go online later.
Okay. Okay. Put down machine. No, I don't have my presentation on. Benim prezentasyon vardı değil mi? Ondan başlayalım. Okay. It's on my presentation.
I can stop.
That's okay. Now I can. As I saw. Sizin makineler görebilecek şekilde yani.
Dear audience, hello. The essence of my speech the values-based education is that to give the ethical sensitivity in students' education, not only for their scientific knowledge, but also the ethical sensitivity for the future students, for the future. It's not enough to do this only in formal educational institutions. And I believe that this should be reported through visual and auditory methods and constantly refreshed throughout life and the artistic and cultural activities. I want to ask you about, and beginning with this question. With ordinary people, we know the following weapons: atomic bombs, hydrogen bomb, guided missiles, hypersonic missiles, autonomous killer robots, and space lasers. Now, let's go on. And I would like to quote two important figures from antiquity and the 20th century. The first is Protagoras, and tell that it is dangerous to give power to an immoral person as it is to give a sword to a madman. And according to Theodore Roosevelt, the president of USA, to educate a man in mind and not in morals is to educate a menace to society. Then I guess you can understand that from the first slide of my understanding that these were done by the educated person, not ordinary persons. And giving only scientific knowledge without moral values should be very, very dangerous to the society or the life. And I want to give you an example from my specialty, that medical ethics. I give that study as a very, very important example to my students. TASC study. In this study, the syphilitic patients were not given treatment and they were lied by the doctors and the nurses. We are giving you treatment, but it was a lie. They give no treatment and went on the study to understand or to watch the last stage after death of the patient. And this study went on from 1932 towards 1970, 40 years. Dear friends, in this period, the Second World War finished. And during the Second World War, all of you know that the penicillin discovered. And penicillin is a very good treatment agent for syphilis. And these patients not given treatment with penicillin. In spite of these doctors and nurses know that they could be treated with penicillin. This was a big lie. And then the Second World War stopped, finished, and then the Nazi doctors understood that they made very dangerous studies on human beings. And then in Nuremberg, there was a court and given some punishments to the doctors. And after that, the court wanted to give some rules about the studies done on the human beings. And in spite of these rules, in spite of the knowing that the Nazis study, this study went on towards 1972. And at the end, you see that here, there was somebody that can live in spite of syphilis, and then Bill Clinton made an apologize to these guys. This was very, very big lie, big fault. And this fault was done by the educated, specialized doctors. And at the end of this study, there was a big institute, United States Public Health Organization. Here, I want to show you two journalists' books. One is Bad Medicine, the other Bad Pharmacy or Bad Pharma. Really, in unethical clinical trials still being conducted in developing countries give big harms to human beings, to the volunteers. Unethical clinical trials in Africa, unethical trials in India. And by means of the study of the journalist, it's that discovered and understood, and the website is told. Then the essence of value-based education is very, very important for us. Undoubtedly, academic excellence is a crucial aspect of students' journey, but we should be aware of character development inequality-wide. Then we should give the education not only the science, but also the ethical sensitivity. How can this be done? This can be done by setting an example, to be a role model. The teachers or educators should be a role model for the students. That students be realized the role model, understand and accept it, and personalize this model for him or for her. Integrated the curriculum with values. Then that is the main subject of this session. Then promoting critical thinking, creating a respectful classroom culture and community service and experiential learning about it. Here you can see two primary findings. In one, how can we build these ethical sensitive students by knowing the important knowledge, and then knows how you will build yourself, your personality and your sensitivity, and then it should be shown to you, then show how you will be, and then this will be to you, to be in your individualized manner.
Two more minutes.
Oh, thank you. And it's not important giving you only in the school. It should be repeated in lifelong impact. And essence of my speech in the values-based section is to emphasize that instilling ethical values in students at every stage. And the last stage, I want to give you an example. This is a high school principal in Germany used to send following letter to his teachers. I am a concentration camp survivor. My eyes saw things that no human being should ever see. Gas chambers built by well-educated and trained engineers. Children poisoned by well-educated and trained doctors. Babies dying from injections given by nurses who knew their job well. People shot and burned by high school and university graduates. This is why I doubt education, and this is what I ask of you. Strive to make your students human. May your efforts not produce knowledge monsters and skilled psychopaths. Reading, writing, arithmetic are only important if they help your children to become more human. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mike, please.
Follows very well, but.
So, the second speaker is, Jalia Mamu, President and Founder, Rains Deep Pates Foundation.
Yes. Yes. Please.
So, hello, everyone, and greetings. And my question is, before I start speaking, is how many of you are studying something that is related to this subject? Are you in education or social sciences? Let's start with education. How many of you are in education, learning? Okay, social sciences? Okay, psychology? Bit more, science? No? Literature? Teaching? No? A few? Okay. So my presentation is going to be interesting for all of you because there's all these angles. And it follows beautifully from our guest speaker here because he talked about the importance of humaneness, being a human being. And as much as teachers need to focus, refocus away from math and abstract math and abstract learning, reading and writing, to very concrete math, concrete reading and writing, focus on how to help children be humane. And I have another question for you. So listen carefully. Can one inculcate human values? Raise your hand if you believe so.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Is it possible to inculcate, to instill human values through rote learning? Okay, so actually, I think no, and I think the only way to teach human values is to live them, is to practice them every day, and guess where? Inside the classroom. From age 12, K1, there's a kindergarten, till all the way up to university included. And so I'm going to explain how we do that. So we can turn the, can I ask you to turn the, okay. So let's just look at a few issues why we have to do this work of focusing on human values. The first one is that there's huge learning poverty. What does that mean? It's what we heard just before from Madame Bokova. Children have been put into school, but they don't learn. And you have the example here in Turkey, because if you take a taxi, they don't even know how to say hello, how are you, and thank you. And they don't understand the name of the hotel. So there's a huge gap between the fact that they went to school and the fact that they learned something. So think about what could change that. And the first thing is the relationship between the teacher and the student. So it's how the teacher can value each student. And we'll look at that in more detail. And the second thing is worldwide, there is more and more student unwellness, i.e. mental health issues of depression, not knowing who one is. We need to address that. And maybe you're personally concerned. So the third issue is AI has many qualities, but it will weaken human relationships because it puts us into the hole, into the tunnel of being oneself with the screen. And then, as you may know, violence is up everywhere in the world. Even in my beautiful country of Switzerland, violence is up. In the classroom, violence is up. Outside the classroom, where children play, violence is up. What do we do about it when we see the wars going on?
I would like to request you to sit because
Okay.
online participants are there.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
Sorry. So just a word, I have an NGO called Graines de Paix in French, and it's about innovating for quality education, how to transform learning, to end violence, and to foster peace with society and nature. And We need to imagine future education that's from kindergarten up to university included and also lifelong learning, that it concerns a number of actors. And you notice that I'm not saying benefactors. The actors are the students themselves from age 4, the teachers and old people that are above the teachers that train the teachers, and the parents. And then there's the family units, and you can go on and on. And then for which goals are we working for? Why is it so important to teach about human values? The first thing is that it brings fulfillment. It makes you feel good about yourself. It makes you feel good because you receive an attitude that is with human values, and it feels good when you do it yourself. Makes you feel very good inside when you do it. The second one, it gives you agency. It means it gives you the energy, the ability to go out and do things. And the third thing is makes you employable, because if you don't have these skills, you will lose out in the job market. And you will lose out if you're an entrepreneur. And the next thing is that we have societal goals. We need engagement. And the engagement comes from within. It's an energy from within. For that, we need self-esteem. So we need to develop human values for these goals. And lastly, for transmission, when children are 5, 20 years later, they're parents. And we must never forget that, because they will themselves transmit either good things or hate discussions. So the beneficiaries are actually not the children only, but the whole society, countries, and of course the planet. Just 2 words on how to do this education. We are rethinking education completely, and we consider that there are 4 building blocks that education, future or actually present education should have. And that is teacher style, that is with human values, teaching strategies, that is organizing the classroom so that children are interacting with each other in small groups where they are developing and practicing human values. Then it's actually learning about the values and how life skills and peace skills are totally built upon human values. And the fourth one is, throughout all this, there are activities that are experiential, and you're doing things and you're feeling them, and maybe can be a project activity, can be a school activity, and it's the way that you practice human values. And I will focus on the fourth one, but in all of these, we are creating awakeness, mutual caring, and zero violence, because violence is a huge issue and it can only be dealt with integrating in oneself human values for ourselves. So here are some human values. It's not a full list, but it's a synthetic view. Most people think tolerance is a high value, but if you think about it, if you are just tolerated, you don't feel happy. So a child that is tolerated is not happy. So a teacher who's just tolerating is making unhappy children. That is a teacher who's tolerating difference because he or she doesn't appreciate it. It doesn't work. Respect, very high value in Switzerland. But respect has an advantage, but it has a disadvantage. It's cold. It's neutral. There's no feeling, no heart-to-heart connection. And so the person who's the child doesn't feel much. Consideration, the kindness, has been a solution that the education world has been saying is the solution. It's not. Kindness is not enough. Kindness is nice. It helps, but it doesn't help the child grow. It doesn't tell him he has to reach higher. It tells him it's okay. And then consideration is actually showing the child that he has value. You're considering him. You're giving him value in his own eyes. And then appreciation is showing that when he or she does something, it's appreciated. And it has to be relative to who that person is. So if the person is 5 years old, you have to appreciate what a 5-year-old child can do, not what a 20-year-old student can do. And then empathy is having consideration at a higher level, which is, for example, the child has problems at home. How can you show him empathy in the classroom? And then fraternity is creating this feeling of togetherness amongst all the students. Now we're going to see what are the effects. Please look. In the first case, on the bottom, if we're just between tolerance and respect, students feel excluded. If you are somewhere between respect and kindness, students feel accepted. Okay. But if you show consideration and appreciation, students feel valued. And if you're showing empathy and there's fraternity inside the classroom, students flourish. And this is what education is about. It's how to make a person, a young person, as a human being, flourish in all dimensions, not just in the study dimension. So when we do this between students, mental health goes up, bullying goes down. When it's teachers doing it and parents doing it, school success goes up, which is the goal of education, and violence prevention is achieved or better achieved. And on society, we finally reach human security, which is the subject of these 3 days, the link between future of education and human security, harmony, which is much better yet than human security, cohesiveness, which is the main thing missing in our societies today. When you're attracted by this side or that side, and you're pulled into a polarization that you know inside yourself is wrong. And then societal peace means that you can walk the streets, talk whoever you want to, bring up subjects that may be difficult and still be able to do it and not fear for your life. And care for the planet all goes together. So let's now just 1-2 minutes on AI. Does AI help teaching styles? The answer is no. Does it help teaching strategies? A little. Does it help values and competencies? Not values, but a little bit competencies. And does it help experiential activities? That depends on how inventive we are. What it does do, and that's where we need to focus, it's the self-learning. So when you're teaching, there's a part that is done in the classroom, and there's a part that one does by curiosity on one's own. So when one is self-learning, we can program AI, generative AI, to help children and students and adults actually not only use it, but make searches that are going to make them grow. And it will give them learning guidance and can consolidate learning, like you're learning a language, you can consolidate your language skills, and you can have fun also. You can make competitions with AI. So the educational advantages of including human values into education is that children develop self-esteem, reciprocity, proactivity, and children then, they feel better, they learn better, they interact better, and they engage better. And I think that's the end. Just a few more words. We put emphasis, do put emphasis if you're in the teaching profession or in any profession in relationship to human beings. Put in the emotional intelligence. This is to be learned from the earliest age, and it helps prevent violence to a large extent. Put the emphasis on reflection and discernment and no longer on memorization. Learning how to think is much more important than learning to memorize, except in medicine. And problem solving, very important in medicine. And issues that are related to consciousness and engagement, as we heard today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Delia Mohammed, for your wonderful words. Now we can hear to Olivia Pina, Principal Researcher and Deputy Director at Institute of Social Sciences, University of London. I think she is coming online.
Yes. Hello, good morning and good afternoon. I'm delighted. I'm sorry I'm not there in presence. I was not able to travel at this time, but I'm delighted to share some thoughts on this wonderful topic. And I hope I can weave some threads together with the talks that just came on by Kiskimbra and Professor Mamong. My premise is simple, that in order for humanity to be secure, I stand with the many who would argue that all life needs to be secure for that to happen. And I will make an argument that will follow a journey from cynicism to what I hope is wonder, a sense of wonder. And I take a leaf from a great writer and thinker, Oscar Wilde, who in 1892 wrote a play entitled Lady Windermere's Fan. And I think many will be familiar with the quote from a character, Lord Darlington, who comments on what it is to be a cynic, a man who knows the price of everything and the value of nothing. And I'm going to take you on a journey from here to the wonder that I want to aim for. So this definition of cynicism makes me wonder whether the education system we have so carefully developed over the decades is one that is indeed about cynicism and that develops the ingredients of cynicism. And I'm going to offer an example of one of the most powerful disciplines in my field, economics, mainstream economics, which is characterized by its extractive ethos and could be seen as a discipline that invents the ingredients of cynicism. I quote some: the notion of the individual, the notion of externalities, of property, private property, of efficiency as opposed to resilience, and finally, the impossible to pronounce homogenization force that is so dear to mainstream economics and that has triggered so much loss of the extraordinary, beautiful diversity that this planet has offered us. Now, economics is not only a discipline, it is power, it is considered the tutor of governments, and within education, it has spread its values and its ingredients of cynicism, as I would like to suggest, across many, if not most, of our disciplines. Certainly the way of knowing that is characteristic of mainstream education and our world views. And the result is endless litany of crises. Now, where to go from here? I would like to say that our challenge here is to reimagine both ourselves as humans and our worlds, and that education could be a wonderful means to this end. To imagine ourselves, therefore, as other than these ingredients of cynicism that I have tried to argue exist through our system of education. Now, how can we then, the shift that I would like to point to, and that has been pointed to so many times over the last century, if not earlier, is a shift away from a system of knowledge that is reductionist and cynic to a way of knowing that is emergent, that is plural and diverse, and that therefore beats and eliminates that force of homogeneity, which is so dear to economics and to so much else in our system of education. I would like us to engage with all the science that has already been published, discussed, argued for, away and beyond a mutilated way of knowing towards intersectional, interdependent, and interconnected ways of knowing that would allow us to see different problems and certainly different solutions. And here, in parenthesis only, I see a possible role for an AI that is very clearly and ethically shaped and driven. Close parenthesis. I would like for me, the value-based education that is at the heading of our session here, I would like it to embrace an ethos of reconnection to life, thinking of the first speaker too. Learning about all that makes our planet as magnificent a life-conducive home, as has been proven by Western science and argued, described, and written about over millennia by many other traditions and worldviews. We should leave the education system knowing why the world is so beautiful. These are the words of Robin Kimmerer, North American scientist, who challenged the Western education system, arguing that the question of why the world is so beautiful had substance, and she proved it. So an invitation to re-enchant humans with life is the invitation that I'd like to offer here. To find the courage, all of us who are involved directly and indirectly in education, to move beyond the language of emergencies, beyond the language and the ethos of solutionism, and back to a learning, a listening, and the cultivation of a disposition so precious, that is the disposition towards humility, necessary to listen as well as to learn. I would like a new education to be a movement towards human potential through the embracement of the notion labeled interbeing by the Buddhist monk Thich Nhat Hanh, but also a term now more common that invites us to be in relation with the world as opposed to any other form of brutality or violence. So I'd like to close by saying that an education, value-based education, hopefully, is ushered through a grand shift away from this reductionist and cynical set of ingredients towards a life-honoring science, knowledge, methods, and values. And in particular, the growing idea of an ethic of life where we can all contribute to create the conditions conducive to life and therefore security for all. Thank you. Was I too quick?
Repeat again, please. Yeah. Repeat again, please. Stephen Park. Yeah, repeat again.
Stephen Park, Professor, are you online? He's not here. So we'll come back to him. I think this is Tilagam Jevelu, Principal, Arochild International School, India, is there online.
Sir, Mr. Stephen is also there in the audience, sir.
Okay.
So we couldn't open this.
Okay. Mr. Stephen, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Please start your presentations.
Okay. Well, thank you, and thank you for all your presentations, speakers. It was quite a learning opportunity for me, and so it's a privilege to join this important session on value-based education. I'm deeply grateful to be a part of this wonderful session, of which the topic itself is very close to my heart. It focuses on our shared responsibility as educators of our time to create a peaceful and sustainable future for all. For the last 2 decades or so, I have been blessed to involve in responsible management education movement, focusing on the emerging new paradigm of business management, era of stakeholder capitalism. In the paradigm of stakeholder management, business corporations pertain higher purpose that transcends profit maximization and integrates both social value and economic value while running business and achieving its mission and purpose. Of course, the whole purpose of responsible management education is to cultivate our young minds and have them fully ready for the flourishing future for all as responsible business leaders. Dear colleagues, we are at a critical juncture in human history. I often describe this as a choice between 2 paths, one leading to breakthrough and one leading to breakdown. The path we choose will affect not just our safety, but also the future of all life on Earth. As a professor of management, it is very important to recognize that corporate management can find breakthroughs at this critical juncture of our time. This is because today's global companies possess significant power in terms of capital, resource, technology, and human networks. Above all, the market experiences of stakeholders surrounding corporate management, such as laborers and customers, inevitably influence their worldview. This complex systemic crisis of our world today are impossible to resolve without a shift in human consciousness. To move forward to the sustainable and flourishing future, we must move away from a mechanical, zero-sum, cynical worldview and embrace a life, ecological, positive-sum worldview. I believe this new stakeholder management paradigm can contribute to this shift in human consciousness. During my career as a business professor in responsible management education, I have stressed the importance of combining professional education, like management studies, with liberal arts education. This combination builds critical thinking, ethical leadership, and sense of connection with others. This approach matches the goals of value-based education. Educators and universities must guide students not only succeed in life, but also make a positive impact on humanity. Dear colleagues, today we face challenges like AI, environmental crisis, regional international conflicts, and inequality. To meet these challenges, education must focus on universal human values, values that bring us together across cultures, economies, and technologies. Let's aim for an education system that creates responsible leaders and citizens who protect our planet and care for the well-being of all. In this session, we'll discuss. I expect that we can discuss these ideas can be put into practices in different fields and levels of education. Thank you so much.
J. Velu, Principal, RO Child International School, to have a presentation.
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to speak on the transformative potential of value-based education. It's an approach that is essential for addressing the pressing needs, challenges of a rapidly evolving world. Education is not merely a transfer of knowledge or skills, but transformative force that shapes individuals and societies. In a rapidly evolving world filled with challenges such as technological advances, social distractions, etc., psychological complexities, the need for value-based education has never been more critical. Now let me tell the essence of education. Let us consider a simple anecdote. In most of the schools where I travel, when young students were asked what education meant to them, their answers varied widely from like becoming scientists, engineers, etc., etc. But only one child insightfully responded that I can become an intelligent. This simple yet profound remark reflects the true purpose of education, not just gaining the knowledge, but developing the capacity to think, feel, and act integrally, intelligently, and morally. So education in its truest sense must foster the spirit in life, giving rise to values such as honesty, loyalty, integrity, and truthfulness. Education must go beyond the intellect to integrate values into life. It must awaken the spirit, making life itself a pursuit for higher meaning, abundance, and harmony. So, why are we in need of value-based education now? In today's world, we are confronted with two paradoxals. On one side, the need for rapid material progress, especially in developing nations. On the other side, the psychological disturbances, ethical crisis, and environmental degradation that threaten the global harmony. So education often is viewed as the cornerstone of societal development, but must evolve to become a part of solution rather than perpetuating these challenges. So traditional education systems have overemphasized skills and fragmented knowledge. They focus on intellectuals and technical expertise while neglecting the true values, attitudes, and psychological strength required for sustainable growth. This creates a society at innovation, but often ill-prepared to address the moral, interpersonal challenges that comes with progress. So what is the role of values in education? Values are the highest drivers of individual and collective success. They direct psychological energy and human potential as technical skills. Direct physical energy. A curriculum infused with values enhances not only achievement, but also personal fulfillment. Let us examine how values complement education. Firstly, integration of values and skills. For example, if you take writing, it's not just a skill. It requires discipline, patience, humility, and a sense of responsibility. Similarly, leadership or entrepreneurship, it also demands traits like tolerance, honesty, and empathy. When education includes these dimensions.
Ma'am, you have 1 more minute.
Yes, sir. It equips individual to excel not only in the careers, but in the societal roles. Secondly, we have to interconnect learning as the principles of life-centered education. So these fragmented disciplines must be integrated. So that there are much more to say. With one more point, I'll conclude. So the third point is lifelong psychological development. The psychological values, open-mindedness, decisiveness, and integrity are lifelong assets. By fostering these traits, education helps individuals adapt to change, overcome obstacles, and contribute meaningfully to their communities. So let me conclude with a path forward. The future of education lies in its ability to create value-driven individuals who can lead meaningful lives and contribute to a harmonious society. If we can inspire our children to experience and live by the principle that truth is the only thing of value, we will have fulfilled our duty to the next generation. Education, indeed, the yoga of society, a path to individual and collective enlightenment. By fostering a blend of knowledge, skills, and values, we can ensure that humanity not only survives the challenges ahead, but thrives in unity and purpose. This value-based education is not an utopian dream, but a pragmatic necessity. It is a pathway to producing well-rounded individuals who are capable of solving the complex problems of the future. So education must bridge the gap between the intellectual advancement and the ethical grounding, creating a society where progress is not at odds with humanity's deeper needs. Let us envision a world where education cultivates not only skilled professionals, but also very good citizens. A world where knowledge leads to wisdom and wisdom guides action. Together, we can nurture the seeds of values in the soil of education to harvest a brighter, more harmonious future to all. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Telagam Jayavelu. Last but not the least, CERN Karadensi, education technologist, former rector, again from Basharshar University.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Being the last speaker means wrapping up this session. So I will try in 5 minutes, but you should be with me, okay? It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm the educational technologist. My field is educational technology, and I have extensive experience in educational management and higher education. So the first thing, did you read that book? Kafka Metamorphism. It's translated into Turkish Dönüşüm. Can I see the hands? Can I see the hands in Zoom? Did you read that one? So in that book, a person wakes up in the morning as a bug, and the whole life is changed, and he experienced through the new life. And we look about our life, we can see that we can only say there are changes in life or there are transformation in life, but in metamorphism. Think about the pandemic time, we were online, stuck in the Zoom. But after that, we have so many issues, political issues, we have wars in the world, and we have economic problems in the world, and also 2 years ago, especially in our country, we have a huge disaster, an earthquake. As you remember, we lost our loved ones. So we should use maybe metamorphism in life and metamorphism in education. Next slide. So as you see that picture, I believe the education should be the seed of a metamorphism of the humanity, and the values are the soil which it means nurtured to grow sustainably across all levels of education. I totally agree with you. She also managed that we should incorporate values in every form of educational levels. Let's move to another one. And that's the question. So how can we ensure that education not only prepares students for the jobs, but also equips them to live a life in accordance with the universal values? So what are the universal values? I can give some examples. For example, equity, freedom, respect, integrity, love, and solidarity. So as for that, answering that question, I only give you 2 examples from K-12. K-12 means from kindergarten to high school, from elementary school, secondary school, and high school experience. We develop an educational model which uses values as a solid, and it's an interdisciplinary approach, and we are doing it for 9 years. You see the numbers that 4,000 K-12 schools, 15,000 teachers, and 80,000 students. And we have universities and industry stakeholders. The slogan of that model is think, design, and produce together for humanity. And we have 4 principles, and we use the values as a solid. We incorporate interdisciplinary approach and research and design approach, and we go through the life problems, real life problems on a local, national, and universal level. And also we incorporate computational thinking skills such as programming, AI programming, or robotics. So what are the core findings of that 9 years of experiences? It's our students gain not only skills in problem solving, creativity, communication, or teamwork. They get skills, yes, but they develop their awareness of the values. They use values to produce some robotic solutions for the people in need. Teachers also learn that they develop their skills on as learners, as mentors, as researchers, and as designers. And we understand that coming together means creating a huge impact on the values education. The second, and then I think to myself that can I do it in a university? And we also developed some projects between engineering and faculty of law. We come together to work on the AI ethics. So it was really hard at first because engineering students doesn't understand the other students in law, but they didn't understand what they come together on the common values, especially AI ethics. Let's go to the other example. But my second example after that one, especially working on the student clubs together, integrating different nationalities, I asked myself that can I do it in between the universities? So four universities come together from Turkey, Cyprus, Japan, and Germany. We created a one classroom, 5 professors and students from 17 nationalities. We work on sustainable development goals. These are, for example, poverty, climate change, quality and education, or clean energy. And they develop some solutions, not in localized, but they develop some solutions for Ecuador or some China and other parts of the world. So these examples show me that we can use values incorporating with the global citizenship and collaboration. And also it can lead innovation and sustainability. And UN Sustainable Development Goals really help us to move forward. These two examples show that values should be ground and it should be in action to teach whatever you teach. For the last word, I believe, and also I'm sure that our panelists will agree with me that with that sentence, I'm sorry, can I see it? So the future of education doesn't lie with the skills, competencies, and knowledge alone, but it lies with the wisdom. Wisdom to innovate responsibly, collaborate inclusively, design scientifically, and act ethically. Thank you very much.
Oh, we can take 2-3 minutes more. If you have questions, you can pose questions now.
So my first question is to Gary and Mama. You show on one of your slides that value-based education is going to be important for employability, if I'm not mistaken. But should we really think about that? Because I think cynical people are doing very well in terms of employment. And harmony, is harmony something we should strive to get? Because I think harmonious societies have done bad things as well.
Thank you for your two questions. Regarding employability, for me, the aspect is quite obvious when you look at the 2 or 3 aspects. First of all, to get a job, you have to convince a group of people that are the jury that will decide whether you are hired or not hired. And to do that, they're going to judge you not only on your the proof that you've done something or that you've studied something, but on your ability to co-create with the other people in the company. And that can be the simplest of companies, like a garage. I use this example on purpose, or it can be a plumbing company if you're not in higher education. But even in these lower, shouldn't say lower, but more hand professions or manual professions, sorry, being able to communicate with your team, with your boss, with your clients, is doing it in a warm way is absolutely essential for both the success of you and pleasure of doing your work, and of course for the organization who's paying for you. If you want to create your own company, you have to persuade people to join you. To do that, you have to have the ability to create human links with that person. So the person gets excited, motivated to do good work and to do it on the long term, not just the one day. I hope I've answered your question briefly. And let's.
Thank you. We can take one more question if it is there. So thank you very much. We understood that values are the most powerful intangible asset of an organization or a person. Values are divine in nature. Let all speakers told about one thing. Let's get reconnected to our life through values. Thank you very much.
The next session is continuing. Thanks to our panelists because they have very long interventions. We don't take break.
But I didn't pick my card.
Thank you.
We are in stream C, isn't it? This is stream C. Okay.
He's glad to be here.
My building is in other countries. I'm kind of mass and data science.
Is that a bachelor's, master's?
Okay. Hello, Glenn, can you hear us? Glenn Gaffney?
Yes.
Hello, yes, I can hear you.
Yes,
Hello, so we have a little problem here because it was a delay in the previous session. So it's sort of forced coffee break for a few minutes. So please be so kind and be patient with us. We hope that in 5 minutes we are going to convene. Iveta?
Yes,
Hello?
yes,
So
sounds good.
you already heard about this? And
Go get some.
we are looking for Shabnam Khan.
Yes.
Okay, hello. And Kamal,
So, and
Sure.
Kamal.
Coffee break.
Yeah, it might be a coffee break, but we have already the panelists online.
no, put it down.
Now, it's 0.
And it is zero.
Getting here via.
Siz kahveye gidiyorsunuz değil mi?
And how is
People love coffee breaks, yeah.
Save my seat.
Okay, well.
We have-
there are a
we
lot
have
of
lots.
takers.
Science and technology and social responsibility of science. There is a short description. Let me read to you. The World Academy of Art and Science was founded by scientists and artists who were concerned about the social responsibility of science. 65 years later, rapid development in science and technology, including AI, robotics, bio and geoengineering, have raised the same concerns globally among leaders and the scientific community, as well as civil society. This session seeks to identify strategies for transforming education so that it imparts awareness of the potential risks to global society, the sense of social responsibility and commitment to understand, and the knowledge needed to do so. So let's start. That we can start with our presentation.
If you allow me, I would like also to say a few words.
Okay, excuse me, but I will give the microphone to me to conduct all the discussions, but I will do now.
Thank you very much. So actually, you all know that for World Academy, the subject of technology, the breakthroughs, it was actually a very initial issue, because the founders of this academy, we are talking about very prestigious Nobelists like Oppenheimer, or we are talking also about other very important physicists that have contributed to the revealing of this nuclear technology. And at that time, it was actually a shocking moment for them. And in this concern for the future use of these technologies, it has been established this academy. So it was over the years a continued problem regarding this aspect. And of course, nowadays, when we are facing different new technologies, we can see that there are new aspects. For instance, in my university, we just established a data center of the university, and we are developing different cooperative activities. We are part of different networks, and always there is the same issue. What kind of jobs, what kind of projects are you running? What kind of aspects are so important there? And of course, aspects related to artificial intelligence are fantastic. So from many perspectives, there are some issues that could offer many types of support, some of them radically new, for education, for interaction, for scientific research, and other kind of aspects. So from that perspective, the integration of these technologies in the process of education by offering new possibilities to unlock creativity based on the knowledge and the functionalities that are offered by these technologies are opening the door towards a new type of education aspect, like the blended learning, that could offer the floor to the students a way of growing up with the technology, feeling it, being acquainted with the, let's say, power of these technologies, and to be aware of all these aspects. Of course, on the other side, we are talking about intellectual social responsibility. So social responsibility, which means particularly to think, and at the same time to have the capacity of listening the other. So this is the initial thing. When we are starting listening the other, giving the opportunity for this multivalent type of logic to synthesize different types of thinkings or different patterns of thinking, and then to integrate all this learning issue. And this intellectual social responsibility, it might be a very good approach to pave the road in, let's say, using the high tech, using the scientific breakthroughs, and of course, with all these things to start making a little bit better on the earth. The most important aspect is also the process-oriented approach in defining some clear objectives in using these technologies and integrating them in learning processes, and to continuously evaluate what kind of impact is this generating. And of course, the, let's say, continuous improvement needs for that. So in this context, the new technologies could offer the opportunity to share different type of infrastructures, different type of study programs, and even to go further and offer education based on aggregating all these breakthroughs, and of course to open the floor for open education. So in this context, I wanted just to introduce some of these aspects, because I would like to invite now, we have Glenn here. He has a strategic view in addressing from both sides the scientific issues from the education perspective. So Glenn, can you hear us?
I can. Good day.
Hello. So we kindly ask you to make also something like 5 to 7 minutes, isn't it? An introduction in such a way that we can have some minutes at the end for some discussions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you and good day to everyone there. I'm going to make some comments up front, and I'm going to focus a little bit on the artificial intelligence side, but I think my comments extend beyond just what we are seeing in the catalyst that is the advent of not just AI, but what we see coming very quickly here as the future of AI as recommenders, or a agentic phase of AI, where you can think of it as folks will have AI on their shoulder making all kinds of recommendations relative to the work that they may be doing in one place or another. One of the things that I have, I'm sorry, are we okay?
Yeah, we can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that I think is important, whether we're talking about the development and the application of AI, or in other, what I'll call breakthrough technologies, is that we need to actually not just think about the use cases, but we need to plan for adoption and success, and then think about the impact to the consumer group. And the consumer group aren't just the ones who are taking advantage of the tool, but they're everyone that is impacted by the decisions that are made, right, by that tool or in conjunction with that tool as a helper, as a agent, as a recommender. We typically let market forces drive when we're talking about the advent of technology and its uptake and its use, and then we deal with the consequences on the back end. Or if we're concerned, we try to put policy in place that maybe guards and restricts, but we do it in the absence of actually planned success or working through the use cases. So one of the things that I think is really important is that we look at this from the standpoint, or we develop what I call proving grounds. We need regional proving grounds, we need global proving grounds, where we can bring interdisciplinary forces of the scientists and the technologists who are developing the new technology, but also the social sciences, where we are engaging with the public and actually testing use cases and testing the outcomes of those use cases as to what is acceptable impact. And I talk about this work as is the interdisciplinary science work and the testing, but we're really operating at the intersection of civics and science and society and the social sciences. And when I think about that in terms of what the leading edge is, I think it's important to think about it in that product development, in that use case development sense. But if we take that and then we break it down into education that then supports those pieces, I think we have to be thinking about how we approach experiential learning for our children. What does it mean to actually put them into contextual roles, playing the roles of scientists in discovery and social scientists, of ethics, of ethicists, right? How do they begin to experience as a group in context the development of new ideas, of testing analytic theory, right? Of learning something about analytic bias early in their education experience, in learning some things about analytic humility, right? In the approach of learning and ingesting information and being able to put it in context. We are all in an exploration phase here. And when we break things down into simple facts and regurgitation of facts, we're actually emphasizing, we're overemphasizing, over-indexing on my bias in creating a context and then grabbing information that just fits that context. So as we develop and as we move forward, as we move into an age where machines are part and parcel of the way we do business and live life every day, we should be preparing this next generation to think in these terms of analytic humility, analytic bias, discovery together, what's the impact of these decisions, and we begin to bring that values base that the previous group was talking about into the way that we approach the development and the deployment of that technology. I think that puts me right at about 5 minutes, so I'm going to stop there and give the other panelists their opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, so a very nice point of view by actually following this process of let's say scientific research, looking forward into, let's say, the new features of these technologies, but at the same time to put them into the education process and to learn in an early phase about any possible bias to this. So I would like to invite now my co-chair to introduce the next speaker. Next one.
Thank you, Professor Mahmoud. Now we will have Iveta Silva, Professor and Associate Dean of Global Engagement, Professor and Director of the Center for Advanced Studies in Global Education. She is online and she will share this PowerPoint presentation to us. Please, Professor Silva, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to ask if you can see my slides or not, because I don't see it on your screen.
We can see it.
Oh, you can see it? Excellent.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation and for the opportunity to join you today. I'm joining from Arizona State University. And so I will continue the discussion on the social responsibility of science and education. But I will start with the premise that what we are facing right now is not a techno-scientific problem, or a techno-scientific gaps that we are facing. Rather, I would argue we are facing a cultural problem that we need to address, and that's why education is so critical. And I wanted to start by sharing some of these very nicely condensed data on how we have been responding to the global climate crisis since the 1970s. And this response has been very rapid and very impressive. So, for example, since 1970s, we have had so many reports that have produced very compelling evidence that we are facing the human-induced climate crisis. We have also responded in terms of ratifying many international agreements from the Stockholm Declaration in 1997 to the Kyoto Protocol in 2005 to the Paris Agreement in 2016. And we also have seen really impressive wave of climate activism by both millions of climate youth activists and thousands of scientists. And yet, as all of these achievements rise, so do the adverse effects of the climate crisis. So despite all of these achievements, we are very quickly crossing all of the planetary boundaries, right? And in fact, the most recent update of the planetary boundaries framework by Johan Rockström and colleagues at the Stockholm Resilience Center find that 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries have already been transgressed, suggesting that the Earth now is well outside of the safe operating space for humanity. And the speed at which this ecological catastrophe accelerates is faster than anyone has anticipated. So we moved from crossing 3 boundaries in 2009 to crossing 6 boundaries in 2023. And as Johan Rockström says, we are in deep denial about the magnitude of the global environmental challenges and the resources constraints facing the world. So we are basically now nearing the space of no return in a way. So the question is how are we responding as academics, scientists, education policymakers, practitioners? And I would argue that we are not responding radically enough or fast enough. So I just returned from Hong Kong and came across this really fascinating exhibit at the M+ gallery that has this features 13 hyper-realistic figures of withered old men who look suspiciously similar to the world leaders, including politicians, bishops, admirals, generals, dictators, and then placed in these electric wheelchairs that roll in a slow collision course, clashing around the gallery at harmless snail. And so the artists, the 2 Chinese artists, say that like a grotesque parody of the United States, this work is a powerful critique of aimless international conflicts that are determined by a few senseless leaders. But also, I think it's in a way kind of a very grotesque parody on how we as an education and scientific sector respond to the crisis of the Anthropocene. So I would argue it's not radical enough and not fast enough. So when we look at some of the research that is produced about how the universities in particular are responding, we talk about, so our colleagues talk a lot about the barriers that are related to politics, financial barriers, logistic barriers, technical barriers. But what's missing from this discussion is the culture or the cultural barriers. And so I just want to expand on that a little bit more. So here in this, when talk about culture, I drawn my work with my collaborators, Hikaru Komatsu, Jeremy Rapley, and we argue that this planetary sustainability crisis is not a problem that can be solved by techno-scientific solutions alone, but rather it's a cultural problem that really requires a very deep transformation of our own selves and our relation to the planet. So as I have just shown, we have successful dissemination of scientific research that results in still in the environmental problems. And we improve energy and resource efficiency relative to economic output. We have international agreements that aim to reduce emissions, but we still are on this collision trajectory, or the catastrophe trajectories that was first foretold in the Limits to Growth in 1975. So in this context, culture must not be understood as merely an inert set of some kind of set of beliefs or values stored inside the people, but rather as patterns of sense-making materialized in actual practices, everyday lives, and social institutions. So we look in our work at the way we think about ourselves in terms of our relationship to the others. So concept of selfhood, which is articulated in terms of independent selfhood versus interdependent selfhood. So, and that comes from the cultural psychology. And what we see here is, if we look at these cultural dimensions, we actually see that countries with strong individualism tend not to accept anthropogenic cause of climate change, and they tend to have greater actual environmental impacts or NERS. So it's really interesting. And it's the opposite with countries with higher interdependence scores. And what is even more fascinating is that if we look in terms of geographies, we actually see that the countries with very high individualism scores are mostly Western countries, and in particular, in the regions with strong Christian historical inheritance, particularly Anglo-American countries like the US, Australia, and the UK, where Protestant traditions are the strongest. And in contrast, countries with lower individualism scores tend to be distributed in Asia, Latin America, and peripheral areas of Europe, including Turkey, which is interesting. So in this case, what I want to argue is that this cultural crisis actually is a crisis of Western modernist thought and culture. And education is really critical in perpetuating this crisis in a way, right? So my colleagues at the Gesturing Towards Decolonial Futures Collective, Vanessa Andriotti, Sharon Stein, and others, had this really powerful metaphors that they use to explain the impacts of Western modernity on the people and planet. So they call it the house of modernity. They use it as a pedagogical metaphor, and they show how it is based on the foundation of separatability, separating people from the planet, how they have the twin carrying walls of universal reason and nation states sheltered by the roof of global capitalism. And I would argue that education is very deeply implicated in supporting this house of modernity and actually replicating it on a global scale through schooling in particular. So we think that more and better education will lead to more sustainability, but that's not necessarily the case. Today, the world is the most educated it has ever been in the history of the humankind, yet we find ourselves closer to the environmental collapse. And we actually have really interesting data, again, to support that there is a relationship between education, levels of education, and CO2 emissions per capita. So basically, the more educated we are, the closer we are to the environmental collapse. And so what I want to suggest is that our survival today really depends on our capacity to reimagine first and foremost how we think about ourselves in relation to each other and in relation to the world. And to end my presentation, I wanted to also suggest a shift from talking about social responsibility to talking about responsibility, a concept that asks us not just to act responsibly in ways that society expects, but to cultivate an attuned, ethical responsiveness to the ecological world that we are a part of. So I will leave you with this. And this builds on some of the ideas of scholars like Donna Haraway and others, that in a world facing the ecological collapse, social responsibility obviously is a really good start, but ecological responsibility is a must. It's an invitation to imagine not what we can fix or extract, but how we might become a better kin to the earth and each other and all who share it. So thank you. And I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Professor Silva. Your ideas about individualism and solidarity are in the middle of the discussion about values. I remember a book of Balzac, The War of Molecule. He discussed the presence of the oxytocin in the blood of the populations, and more oxytocin gives more empathy, more solidarity, less, and some variables could be similar of the map that you brought to us. And also the behavioral economics studies the presence of the values for the choices that the populations do. And it's the center of our discussion, how to promote the relationship between values and science, values and decisions, economic decisions, policies, etc. Thank you very much. I believe that some questions will be addressed to you, but let's continue now. We will put the discussion at the end. Let's continue. I don't know if Kemal Inan from Sabancı University is online. Not yet. So we have now our professor Özdemir. You can introduce yourself.
So Dr. Şebnem Özdemir. So actually we are your guests. So thank you very much for joining this panel. So if you'd like to say a few words about yourself and about the activities that you are developing, maybe we can make also a connection with what the previous speaker was saying about the Turks.
Thank you so much. Okay, welcome everybody and welcome the international guests. It is really nice to have you. I hope we get better weather in Istanbul, but I'm not sure about it. Professor Şebnem Özdemir, I'm head of Management Information System Department at İstinye University, and also I'm running a master degree program for data science. We have 3 different degrees at the same time, and also I'm running a startup which provides some AI solutions from different sectors, different companies. Basically, I'm a mathematician. I got my PhD on informatics. Then I completed my postdoctoral research at first Worcester Polytechnic Institute, then MIT. For the essence of this session, I would like to ask one simple question. Which type of AI we are looking for? Which type of AI that we are discussing right now? The essence of this session is about AI for help in education. But which AI? Is it the artificial narrow intelligence? Is it the tool AI? It is the artificial general intelligence, or we are just talking about basically generative artificial intelligence? So let's firstly discuss this one. If you are talking about artificial narrow intelligence, here is some problematic situation. For the opportunities, we need to discuss the threats and disadvantages at the same time. In artificial narrow intelligence, one question, do we have the data? Do we have the data for the environment of educational institutions? Did we collect the data properly? Do we have enough data science team, data scientists, or any way you want to call, to analyze those data? From the 2010 till now, we have many bias problems because of the quality in the data sets. If we are not talking about artificial narrow intelligence, let's say we are just focusing on generative artificial intelligence. I mean, it's just we know ChatGPT, but it's more than ChatGPT. We have over the 20 million different main or sub-GPTs right now. It is impossible to catch all of them. It is impossible to learn all of them and follow all of them. And if you're talking about the ChatGPT, the cloud from Anthropic or Gemini or Gemma or whatever you want to call the text-based text-based artificial generative AIs, Gen AI, or do we know the problematic situation related to Gen AI? Like what? We have still a strong bias problem. We have hallucination problem. 2 days ago, one hallucination problem came up during a live show. And 1 month ago, another hallucination problem collecting 2,000 people on a street. And if you're not talking about the hallucination problem, we have a confabulation problem as well. And we have prompt injection problem, we have jailbreak problem. Even we count on the old standard of the OpenAI or Anthropic or other institutions, by using language with a certain purpose, we have chance to persuade the machine. When we get enough trust from the machine, we can get whatever we want. And having the information provided by the machine unwillingly, it is the one side. The other side is also brain rot. Brain rot is the 2 words which is announced by the Oxford Dictionary for the year of the word. They generally express the idea because of the social media, but the problem is not on the social media. Recent research showed us if you are using GPTs without curiosity, with believing everything provided by the machine, we are losing our neural connections. Our brain has the damage because of our primitive beliefs. That's why before discussing and integrating AI into the educational system, we have to keep something very low. We have to first trigger the curiosity to be suspicious about the information provided by the machine, to simple instinct to have the information, whatever it costs. We need first those. Then we have to discuss how we can integrate the AI into the system. And within 6 months, I'm gonna collect all ideas. Within 6 months, we will have the first connection with artificial general intelligence, I mean human level intelligence. When we have such intelligence, according to my opinion, I'm so sorry, it is so romantic to believe that we will regulate the artificial general intelligence. We cannot regulate any kind of level intelligence because we can't regulate any people. But we can regulate the role of AI in an educational institution. Let's discuss which type of AI we are thinking about it to integrate into the educational institution, and its limitation, its opportunities, and its threat at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. She has a view from a mathematician about artificial intelligence. She told me before that she has information system, mathematics, and it's the kind of people that we want to see here. And we have 3 minutes if you want to ask something to a panelist online or to Professor. The pronunciation is Özdemir.
Yes, that's great.
You can do. Yes, please. Please use the microphone. It will be better to the audience online.
Thank you. I'm addressing you in the Turkish form. Shidem, I'd like to ask you regarding all these AI-related questions you raised. Do you think they are solvable and how quickly?
Which type of AI solvable you mean? Every type? Sorry.
You mentioned all these, station and, injection.
Oh, okay.
Do you think they are solvable?
Within short period, it is not. Why? In the prompt injection, in the problem of prompt injection, we would like to inject the idea to the people, not only the machine also. That's why until we change our mind and put the machine into the acceptable role in our life, we will inject the idea. Those ideas might be the negative side or dark side or positive side, because I'm just putting dark side in another way, not the negative side or positive side. There's a dark side. Within short period, it's impossible to solve any kind of problem. And also, there is a love and hate relationship between AI and the sustainability at the same time. What is that? If we just type down 50 prompts for nothing, we are just spending, wasting a full battery of a smartphone. When machine try to give an answer to us, it's also wasting 2 charge of a smartphone. And also one thing about the machine side, they are starting to fed up. I think it was 3 weeks ago. Yes, it was 3 weeks ago. I just analyzed a conversation between a student and the Gemini. At the end of the conversation, Gemini said, "Hey, woman, you're not unique. This is the silly dumb homework. You're trying to get an answer from me. Please die and die." This is the real message, and there is no manipulation during the conversation. So we have a very uncertain situation within 2 years, and we don't have solution for short periods.
Any other question? Yes.
Dennis Naughton is my name. I'm a former climate minister in Ireland and a former member of the Interparliamentary Union Working Group on Science and Technology. I thought it was interesting from the contributions that were made by the panelists. A lot of them touch on this issue of ethics. And it's a problem that we as parliamentarians have been trying to grapple with. And in fact, only last October, as a group of 21 members of parliament from around the world, we've now published and secured agreement from 186 parliaments of an ethical charter for science and technology. And the objective behind that is to act as a toolkit for us as parliamentarians in regulating all technologies, not just artificial intelligence, which is the burning one at the moment, but with bioengineering, with geoengineering coming down the track as well, but also to act as a guideline for the scientific community and the technological community as to how far they should go with innovation without trying to impede innovation. And I think the point I'm making here is that we need to have a far more robust debate about the ethics of research, where we draw those red lines. And these are conversations that need to take place within the education system, because technology is going to change, jobs are going to change, our careers are going to change. But if we have ethical standards and guidelines that have been instilled in us from an early part of our education, these will stand the test of time as innovation and technology changes. Just one other thing I just want to pick up on something Avita pointed out, that I see her slide here in relation to the amount of scientific research that has been published in terms of climate change, and yet action seems to be going in the opposite direction at the same time. Emissions seem to be going through the roof. And I think this is flagging up a significant problem that we see as parliamentarians, and that is that science is very quick to identify the problems, but very slow to actually table practical solutions. And it comes back to one of the concepts of this particular conference, and that is the issue of human security, where we put individuals, citizens, individual communities at the center of the problem-solving approach and build it from a community up. And I think if more of that happened, then I think we could drive an awful lot more practical change in terms of addressing the climate challenges that we have in individual countries.
We have 5 minutes in this room. We have to leave for the next meeting. And I would like to give you 1 minute for each speaker for the last words, but I will give 1 minute.
Okay, I think there's no need to affect of technology. Just we need to talk about how sometimes technology is not life improving. It is sometimes like destroying. And as you mentioned, we need to talk about the values and ethics of how to use it. So we all know that still we use the rules of natural sciences in social sciences, Newtonian paradigm, but perfect prediction is not possible when we are talking about human behaviors. And now we all know this, so analytical skills can be programmed to computers, but the skills that make us human, what I mean, creativity, passion, character, and etc., we need to invest more on these, let's say, factors, and how we can do this through cybernetics, the collaboration of neuroscientists, engineers, social scientists, and all mathematicians, everyone. So no need to afraid from artificial intelligence, virtual reality, gene editing. Technology is here to help us to improve our lives, but no need for Buddhism. There is no need to afraid from technology. Just we need to think about a new mindset, how we can regulate it. We can, by using current values and of course CDGs and etc.
Professor Glenn, 1 minute. Do you want to comment something? Professor Silva, 1 minute. Professor Glenn, do you want to use your gift?
Yes, thank you. So first, thanks to my other panelists. I couldn't agree more with what each of you has brought to the discussion today. Thank you for that. And I want to follow up on what are the observations that our parliamentarian was just making. I think one of the reasons why I believe that we need these proving grounds established globally is to actually address what all of the panelists brought up, which is we need to understand what is the emerging behavior of the intersection of these new technologies with our own humanity and what are acceptable outcomes in that space. And by actually connecting globally and sharing information from these proving grounds, regardless of what the technology is, we actually can break down some of the cultural pieces that Iveta was just highlighting. Not only that, but from the advanced work in the proving grounds, we begin to understand what's necessary at the education levels that are, or the lower education levels that are then feeding up into higher education. I believe the earlier we can connect young students and young minds into contextual understanding and inspire them with the spirit of discovery and achieving something together by working in an interdisciplinary field, then the factual pieces then have context with which they can say, okay, this is how I evolve in my problem solving, right? And we can start at younger and younger ages and begin to build into this space. It's why I believe interdisciplinary, as my colleagues have said, is so important, but I believe that we need to capture our own understanding in that space and then look at what it means for how we teach our children and develop our children as the next generation of problem solvers, so that it is done not just technical or humanitarian, but together, as was just said. Thank you.
Professor Glenn and Professor Silva from Arizona.
I cannot agree more with your remarks as well. And maybe I will give an example here at ASU, Arizona State University Global Futures Lab. We are trying to bring together sciences, social sciences, humanities, arts, all together to begin thinking how we can collaborate to redefine what it means to be human and reconnect with the planet, right? So I think we started also with this really big challenge, first of all, acknowledging that the research that we have produced for centuries has been used to justify exploitation of natural resources to benefit human man mostly for centuries. So from the starting assumption, it's a really exciting space to begin thinking about acknowledging first that we are ourselves implicated in the problems we created, but then also coming together to see what we can do to do research, to engage with science differently, with arts and science together differently. So on this note, we also have recently added one of the new design aspirations for Arizona State University, which is principled innovation. And it's actually also at the core of what we are discussing today, right? How can we innovate with ethical considerations in mind, not only for the humans, but also for the planet, really recognizing this interdependence. So I look forward to exploring more of these ideas together, but it looks like there are some really interesting connections that we are making, and we need more of these connections to, as fertile grounds, as Glenn has mentioned, to begin reimagining our life on this planet and our own role as scientists and as human beings.
Thank you, Professor Silova. I thought that you were in Arizona, you are in the air of it. But let me, the last one that will speak last minute will be Professor Zemi.
Thank you so much. I don't want to waste your time, but let me say something. If you are talking about the ethic or research ethic or any kind of ethic, don't forget this is a new kind of creature in there. That's why we have to change the essence of each word. For what? Like having muse. Or creating something, or innovation. All the words have the common idea related to human. But all the machine right now have at least 120 intelligence level to do 155 intelligence level right now. So having such intelligence, by the way, is one of the scientific research proved that machine have the construction for empathy, have the highest empathy level when you compare the human. So, if you want to really build an ethic, we need philosophy, and we need to rebuild the old concept by thinking not only human, but also the machine. This is my.
Thank you, Professor Zemi. So we are at the end. As you see, the great kaleidoscope, mix of ideas. And let's continue. We will stop here and get the classroom to the next session. Thank you.
Yes. Generative here, but I'm talking about optimal level intelligence. The final experiment result from OpenAI. Very impressive. So we can see one. Let's say you get an intelligence.
Hi to all, good afternoon. Hi Janani,
Hi there.
hi to all colleagues and friends.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Ibrahim.
Hi, Janan. Hello, Aga.
Hello.
Pierre, hi.
Hi Ibrahim. Nice to meet you, and I really hope that we will have other occasion to share our not only scientific interest. I really prefer where I am in attendance, in presence. There is another kind of relation.
Yeah, the same here. I'm in the middle of the forest and I don't have internet at the moment and no electricity. I'm using my phone. If I get disconnected, please accept my apologies.
Yeah. But also to the other colleague, keep in contact with the Greek pressure.
Do you know how long is the break?
I believe we should be beginning.
I think we are waiting for the moderator, I suppose. Because I'm using phone data, I'm going to disconnect at the moment. I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of data because we are also organizing a big event. I've been using my data intensively. I'll connect back again.
have some exciting session now, and this is going to be a session on artificial intelligence for transdisciplinary education and integrated learning. So basically, what we have come now, we're kind of coming full circle, you know, from antique times, ancient nations who were like starting to specialize. There were like philosophers and scientists and people from different disciplines. But then after this specialization, we found that all knowledge is actually very closely related to one another. And especially this last advances in artificial intelligence, large language models, you can see that you ask this large language model anything you want, and it will give you some random words, which kind of actually seem reasonable, which is really strange. So it's just random words, but they seem like almost like human speaking. Sometimes, you know, you have like some very rough models which give you really strange text, but then you can actually improve them. So if you ask a better prompt, you know, that's what we're going to talk also about today. And I'm very excited to share, to share this panel with some exciting guests. So I know that we have online, we have Piero De Medici, Scientific Director of CHAOSS UNESCO, who is also fellow of World Academy. Can you hear us? Yes. Then we have, hello. Our second guest is going to be Mariana Bossassan, who is also, in addition to the fellow of World Academy, also fellow from a fellow member of the Club of Rome, and she also has done very nice work, particularly regarding finance and ethics. And then we have the next speaker is Yichir Ergün, who is founder of Teacher X, and he's going to be also here with us live. He's our guest with live. And then we also have online, we have Ibrahim Kushu, founding chairman of the board of Turkish Association of Artificial Intelligence. Welcome. And the next, last but not least, is our Secretary General of the World Academy, Janani Ramanathan, is joining us from India live right here. So these are our panelists, and what we are trying to address here is actually the question, how do we actually adapt to this change? You know, we have come to really full circle. First, people were doing everything. Everybody was like hunting for food and whatever they had to do for clothing, for shelter. And then they started to specialize. So one person was a philosopher, another was scientist, the next was doing food, the next was doing whatever, clothing. And now as we're coming like almost to the end of this artificial intelligence loop. You know, you heard probably yesterday there was a news on Google quantum computer, which is 105 qubits. It's not so much. You can have bigger computers, but this one is great because it reduces the error. So as you add more qubits, the error gets smaller. And this was the biggest obstacle in this computing. But actually, there is another obstacle. This was not the only one. The next obstacle is also that you don't have algorithms. The algorithms we teach today are 30 years old or even more. They can do some interesting stuff like search disordered list, or they can find like prime numbers, but they're not of really huge practical use, at least at the moment, 100 qubits. If you increase the number of qubits, even these algorithms can be of use, but even more of use can be those algorithms that can be more innovative, that can also connect to artificial intelligence. You probably also heard that these large language models, they're trying to scale them up. So I don't know, OpenAI is actually building $1 trillion computer, which is going to make a bigger large language model, so it's going to be smart. And what they found is actually that the scaling is not working so well as they expected. So the computer is bigger and more expensive, but it's not so much more clever than the one less expensive. So this synergy between quantum computing and artificial intelligence can actually bring you better models, which are not going to depend on trillions of dollars. but on ingenuity and on smartness of the humans. And that's why I'm actually excited here to have such a wonderful panel here. And I would like to also address this panelists to ask the question, what can you from your discipline do to make this artificial intelligence faster, better, and more ethical? And the first guest who I'm going to challenge this is our good friend Piero Dominici, Scientific Director of Chaos at UNESCO Inclusive Policy Lab. Please.
Thank you so much. In a very formal way, it's a great pleasure and honor participating with you in this very interesting panel. First of all, how many minutes we are in the age of hypervelocity? So I have a sort of anxiety about
go at 5 minutes each in the first round, and then we will continue in the second round.
Okay, but please, you can stop me if I go beyond the limits. So I chose for my speech this title. Doing things backwards, artificial intelligence, thinking and learning. So, artificial intelligence, in my opinion, the very name implies thinking. So, let us ask ourselves, can AI think? And what exactly is thought? Thought, as I define, is a complex, multidimensional, emergent phenomenon, despite the current tendency to make thinking coincide with rationality. An applicable sort of rationality that must aim towards a purpose, in which thinking is confused with mere problem solving. In today's search for usefulness, in every sector, we are convinced that we are moving ever nearer to a super intelligent society. We certainly have a great expectation for these systems, and I think we need to ponder a few issues. Are we sure that AI is truly intelligent? Isn't intelligence related to the ability to think critically and outside of the box, to adapt to diverse circumstances, to create something that did not exist before? What about the capacity for reflection and for taking the time to reflect? Can that be substituted by hypervelocity? Do we now believe that velocity is a value? And is our concept of knowledge simply related, once again, to information? At a certain point, will we not basing our knowledge on the information that has been mechanistically collected, correlated, and consolidated by something that we already recognize as artificial? Are we not risking a society formed by what the famous Italian sociologist Franco Ferrarotti once defined as useful, well-informed idiots? Or, as I myself have proposed, isn't our civilization far from representing the knowledge society everyone is so fond of extolling, coming very close to being, on the contrary, a no knowledge society? Along with this risk, we must also consider the relationship of AI to education. Clearly, for me, is an extraordinary opportunity, but at the moment I see a lot of criticalities. Before even considering its impact, we need to ask ourselves, first of all, in what state do we find our education institution and process today? It is certainly paradoxical that in the midst of the impressive scientific and technological achievement of the last decades, along with the ever more pervasive interconnectedness of the hyper-technological civilization, we are witnessing a progressive lowering of the quality of education and training. This descending arrow which undeniably derives from the crucial errors perpetrated in our schools, universities, and training programs, is inversely proportional to an increase in bureaucracy and, let us put it bluntly, empty slogan and deceptive narratives. One of the most significant errors among schools and universities today is the dismal focus on exclusively useful and or profitable studies to the detriment of those pursued through passion and curiosity. This is closely related to the ubiquitous obsession for facts, figures, statistics, results, molecules, synapses, hormones, and anything quantitative that characterize our educational processes, organization, and workplaces. In other words, what I call the tyranny of concreteness. This progressive intellectual empowerment among students, educators, and professionals, as well as among those in charge of directing our education and training institution, directly inhibits young and older minds from developing the necessary capacity for participation as active, autonomous citizens in active, independent democracy, preparing them only to mere executor of function and rules. You can think also to the experience of Hannah Arendt. Of course, is not education, but indoctrination. And where will that leave us? It is foolish to believe that there will be a select group of extraordinary thinkers who will be able to take up the reins of tomorrow's civilization. It is foolish to believe that artificial intelligence will be able to take over where human intelligence and human solidarity have failed. So another question, which take us the next question, another important question. What exactly is an artificially intelligent system? Currently, what AI appears to be, to a great extent, is a highly efficient tool for pattern recognition, imitation, and simulation. It recognizes similarities and connects correlation. It imitates human situation. It simulates scenarios, basing its models of reality on data and information that has gathered and calculated with stupefying speed. When simulating relationship with human beings, it imitates what humans say and do, but this imitation, of course, does not take place in a physical and spiritual body interacting with its environment. AI has no body, no spirits, and no environment. It simply consists of informations. AI systems and those who ever overestimate the capacities of AI equate erroneously, in my opinion, experience with mere information. Experience with mere information.
Thank you.
I have to conclude.
Yeah, this was really, you raised so many very important questions that we're going to address in the second round, I think. But you really raised a lot of questions and we're going to address them because they're really, really very important and crucial for understanding and also adjusting to this new world of
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I can listen to you.
Can you hear? Yes. So now we are going to continue with our second panelist. This is our friend Mariana Bozesan, friend from both Club of Rome and the World Academy. And everybody who knows her knows that she is very passionate about ethical finance. And now we also have the artificial intelligence to that. And I would like to challenge you to explain us how can we assure that this artificial intelligence is going to be ethical.
That's an easy question. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Maybe I should start with the initiative that we have launched, a year ago, actually, trying to make AGI ethical, and we've even, began rewriting an AGI constitution that has been published within Cadmus. And so maybe we should have a separate session on that. And at this point, I'd like to invite everyone to join us because it should be a joint force, a joint effort to create an AGI constitution. But before we talk about AGI, maybe we should define what AI is and what AGI is and what ASI is, because one of the most important aspects is people don't know that LLMs did not drop out of the sky 2 years ago, and all of a sudden we are in the era of AI. It's been in the making since 1956. My Stanford professor John McCarthy gave it a name at Dartmouth, and they all thought back then that it'll come true within 10 years. But that's not the case. So they tried to copy human intelligence, and Piero named a few aspects that are extremely important that have been tried. But I must tell you that I bet my career on artificial intelligence. I studied artificial intelligence 40 years ago and developed expert systems to build chips and computers were using artificial intelligence. So I'm an artificial intelligence aficionado. I love it. And I am currently using it, as you said, Alexander. I'm using it in developing computers, developing zero net energy, zero net food, zero net transportation, mobility, and so we can make the transition feasible. So I would like in this short, introduction to address 3 questions. One is, how can we stay ahead of the AI development? Number 2, how can the current status of AI be understood? And number 3, what is the future of artificial intelligence? And how can we ensure a beneficial AI, which is actually what we all want? So how can we stay ahead? Well, first of all, the current motto is AI or die. So those students of you who are listening to this is the reality on the ground today. So instead of learning how to program, let AI program it for you. And so you can focus on being human and what it means to be human. So LLMs or artificial intelligence, the way LLMs are not AI, it's just one small portion of AI. This is very important. There were like 4 waves of artificial intelligence. Number 1 in 1956, as I said, at Dartmouth, started by John McCarthy and others. But it took actually 30 years until 1986, when the second wave of AI, driven by neural nets, algorithms and backpropagation were launched by Geoff Hinton. And those of you who don't know, the Nobel Prizes are currently given to computer scientists. And Geoff Hinton received this year the Nobel Prize in Physics as a computer scientist for developing neural nets and multi-layer backpropagation. And then it took another 30 years until 2012, when deep reinforcement learning, the third wave of AI was brought online. So this is very, very important to notice. And those who are currently looking at AI and are afraid of it, it's going to take another while, even though, blah, blah, blah, and hallucinations are going to be very fast. But until then, AI is going to replace humans, and this is never going to happen. We are non-computable. Piero, I totally agree with you. Unless we create some cyborg, a combination between robots and biological life, I don't think that we will be able to replicate consciousness because we don't even know what consciousness is. So that's a different conversation. But one important aspect that I'd like to point out, and then we could lead to the next conversation. And please stop me, Alexander, when I'm overcoming over my 5 minutes. The fourth wave in AI is extremely important. Was launched in 2015 through another algorithm where a human level control through deep reinforcement learning was launched based on BJ Fogg model, the behavior model. And those of you who don't know BJ Fogg and BJ Fogg model, please watch the Social Dilemma movie, because you are going to see how the second force in psychology is actually being used to manipulate people. And this is a deep conversation that we should have within this panel. And I'd like to stop here, Alexandra, if that's your sign. And we could go on later on into the details.
Thank you. Maybe 1 minute on the future. You said you will talk about future also.
I'm sorry, the microphone is so bad. I don't know, you guys, those of us online, I can hardly hear what you're saying. Can you please repeat?
Yes, I was wondering if you could reflect for 1 minute also on the future, which you promised.
Yes, okay, of course. Well, the current status of AI, and Jan LeCun, one of the fathers of artificial intelligence, will tell you that narrow AI, which is how current AI is being narrow, artificial intelligence being named, is dumber than a house cat. So this is the current status that we have. And so we should not be afraid of it, except that it does manipulate us. To do what they want us to buy, to clickbaits, to buy their products. So we need to be careful and we need to grow. Current AI makes us better humans, and we need to work on that. And becoming a better human doesn't come for free. So we need to work on this. So the future of AI, excuse me?
Okay, yes, we are looking for the sentence. We are looking for the sentence you are about to say. Yes.
So the current AI is it reflects the current mindset of the AI programmers. And I don't need to tell you, as a Silicon Valley girl, I've lived there 35 years, the level of consciousness of those programmers is egocentric to ethnocentric, like make America great again, make Russia great again, ego or ethnocentric. And this you find reflected in the AI. But this is not what we are. What we need right now, and you as Alexandra, as a co-fellow in the Club of Rome and many others, we need a world-centric view of the world. We need to make the transition feasible, and that requires a different mindset. And I'd like to finish with that. The future of AI has been set actually by the Habermas machine. Who have actually seen or heard about the Habermas machine? Put up your hand. If you haven't, look it up, because this is a reflection of the German philosopher Habermas, who comes from a world-centric view of the world. And this is where a lot of hope comes in. And in terms of what exists today, LLMs are hallucinating between 19% and 41% of the time. The future is not LLMs. The future is not AI. The future is quantum information science with artificial intelligence. And the systems that are coming online right now, and where all the people who are listening in transdisciplinary education need to focus on this. The future is large qualitative models where we use equations and science and physics and biology and so on to create systems who are helping us make the transition to net zero and below feasible. So we can talk about this later. I'm very passionate about this and I'm looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for this passionate description of the future that is ahead of us. And now we are going to go to one very specific topic. We have with us the Teacher X founder, Yeşil Ergür. So please, can you join us? Oh, I'm here. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you start with your presentation?
Hello everyone, thank you so much for the invitation. So this is a very important topic as today on complex problems need holistic solutions. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Yeşil Ergür. I'm an EdTech advisor with a special focus on AI, EdTech entrepreneur, and a former university lecturer. For the past 12 years, I've been organizing EdTech Summit, where we were so lucky to have here Irina Bokova and Yeşil Karadeniz as our keynote speakers. I'm also the founder of TeacherX, a teacher training platform established with the belief of empower teachers, empower society. With TeacherX, we have supported schools we have supported teachers in enhancing their professional skills. Additionally, I'm an ambassador for Turkey for the European Training Foundation, where I also serve as the AI content leader. And I am above all still a learner, like we all are, you know. And so to begin with, I think we should be on the same page. So AI is not a tool. It's a new dimension, as highlighted at UNESCO Digital Learning Week in September. So AI is different from all previous technology in history because it can make decisions, which means that, you know, like we should be honest. So AI, the use of AI is not a bed of roses. It comes with many drawbacks. So it can even become more dangerous than nuclear weapons because it can create new things, it can create new weapons, and it can make decisions independently. So this is why regulations are essential. Despite its drawbacks, we know that AI is here and we cannot ignore its potential in education. So education is a system where everything is connected and AI opens up a new dimension, making it more effective with pattern recognition and data integration, as mentioned before. System theory explains how different parts of the systems work, just like AI shows us understand how different parts of learning are linked. In schools, subjects like math, science, and history, they are taught separately, but which makes teaching easier for the teachers, but it also limits students' understanding how these things are connected. So, for example, designing a project on space exploration, it requires a knowledge of like physics, engineering, and history as well, to understand, the science behind it and to understand its impact on society. So AI bridges these gaps, by helping students to learn a bigger picture. So we know that AI doesn't and won't replace teachers. So it supports them. However, educators should focus more like less on creating content, more on creating meaningful learning environments and support critical thinking. So AI helps the human mind move away from dividing and separating things, which are in fact connected. And with the help of AI, teachers can also help their students see the bigger picture and to learn in a more holistic and meaningful way. Last but not least, yes, we are all talking about AI, but we should start with the problem first, not with the AI. So as teachers, we should just look at our classes and see what kind of things work, what doesn't work, and how learning can improve. So once the problems are identified, then we can just make use of AI to make learning more effective. Thank you.
Thank you for this wonderful explanation of practical application of AI in teaching. And now we have another guest online. So it's Professor Ibrahim Kush from Association of Artificial Intelligence. And could you please share your thoughts with us in the first round?
Hello, hello everybody. I am in the middle of the forest in Turkey. My data is not very good. I don't have electricity. I'm using some data. So if I get disconnected, I'm so sorry. So here is the technology challenge for you first, so just to start with. I'd like to share the feelings and the passion that Mariana has really put out. I really enjoyed her speech. And I want to take her passion into another level, if she permits me. At the moment, artificial intelligence is so important, and I define artificial intelligence as a data monster, which looks for data from every sources, every discipline, every platform, every type of data like video or text or voice-based. And by collecting all this data, the AI acts as a gentle tailor. It starts to customize and it starts to provide information for especially useful for educators to deliver it at the right time to the right person at the right amount. Now, this is a simple definition, but by the time we understand artificial intelligence and the related orchestrated technology working together, we will see that the challenge of AI, maybe all the presence of AI, are manifolds. If we look at artificial intelligence evolving together with other technologies such as brain-machine interfaces, such as nanobots living in our bodies and going through our blood and processing information. And if you think about IoT, especially intelligent Internet of Things, where everything can be connected to each other in an intelligent way, and then they process information and create intelligent activities, we can think of not just a centralized way of developing artificial intelligence. I think the current efforts since 60s, 650s, 60s, 90s, even now into 2020s, whatever we have developed has been very impressive. For example, we as experts of artificial intelligence have been really shocked about the developments done in the large language models. But however, with these orchestrated technologies such as Internet of Things and other platforms like augmented reality, there will be lots of there will be an important convergence, and this convergence will create a big intelligent explosion in the world. And this explosion will be a move from developing centralized systems. Traditionally, we are trying to create, for example, we are talking about, can we create a conscious machine? Actually, the idea of artificial intelligence will evolve so extreme that every animal, every object, every human, every plant will have their own intelligent embeds. I'm talking about this in my, I'm sorry, this is like self advertisement. My just book came out called The Next Waves. I'm looking at the collective artificial intelligence. So here I point out this book to you, but the ideas developed there are very important. In the future, we will see a collective artificial intelligence, not centralized AI, which aims to produce a conscious machine. There will be a consciousness in overall planets. So I share the philosopher's idea of the planet view or the holistic view of AI. When all these plants and animals and objects are connected to each other, they will perform activities for their host, and these activities will interact with each other, and it will create an intelligence that we have no idea about. This is very similar to our brain. The neurons work in our brain; they are connected to each other, and while these neurons, 100 billion neurons and 10,000 connections of each neurons, when they are talking to each other and making decisions, simple decisions, they create something called the mind. We have no idea how this is happening. And so, very similar to this, we will have all these interconnected intelligent agents of each host, plant or animal or human, an object, and they will all interact with each other, and there will be a point where we will have a form of intelligence on the planet that we have no idea of at the moment. But what is the lesson for this? The lesson, especially for the domain experts like educators, is this: please be ahead of the technology, whatever you are doing. It's so important. If you are, the co-evolution of education and artificial intelligence means that if we know an AI technology and still talk about the classrooms, then we are wrong. If we know about a learning method and then we are talking that, oh, let's develop an intelligent system, we are just at the early stage of adopting artificial intelligence. Therefore, domain experts has to follow the full frontiers of the technology. Just to give you an example, in 2017, we are able to teach a third person by two other people in the University of Washington in 2017. This experiment was done. Two people have taught the third person how to play a game, a video game. And they did this by not seeing each other, by not talking to each other, by not speaking to each other, but only through brain waves. They were only connected with the brain waves in different locations, and two people conversed through the brain waves, and they taught how to play that game. And so this is so important that we follow the technology. So I'm going to stop here now and look for the second round. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with us this wonderful vision of interconnected intelligence, which is about to come or is maybe already here. And now, just as we are just stepping up, I would like to, for the last presentation, ask our dear friend Janani, the Secretary General of World Academy. So please.
Thank you, Alexander. It was very rewarding listening to all my co-panelists. When calculators were first introduced in Indian banks in the 1970s, accountants started using it. But initially, after totaling a column of figures, they would add the numbers once again, this time mentally, just to be sure that the calculator had got it right. We are in something of a similar position now with AI in that we do use it, but with some amount of skepticism, caution, in some cases even fear. It is more complex than the simple calculator for sure. The instructions that the calculators followed were straightforward. AI is not so. We could predict the behavior of a calculator. We're not quite sure what happens next with AI. There is this issue of its making up information, the question of ethics and governance of AI occupy us a good deal. But there are two clear strengths that AI has over everything that has come before. One, of course, like the calculator, AI can free us from a lot of laborious, time-consuming, non-creative tasks so that we can focus on higher order skills. But unlike the simple machines, AI can support us in thinking in a completely transdisciplinary way, because it can potentially be free of our human limitations, prejudices, preferences, conditioning. It sees no silos. It has no silos to get out of. So the use of AI can aid us in our shift to a transdisciplinary and integrated way of thinking. And why is that important? Take any problem that we face today as collectively as humanity, and there is at its root this characteristic, normal human characteristic of looking at an issue from one or a few angles, or trying to address a problem without looking at the complete picture. Now, this is what AI, among its very many capacities, can do. Help us see the complete picture. The recent committee to draft the global plastics treaty is just one recent example of how fragmented thinking is holding us back. 170 countries and 3,300 people from all these countries, they met in South Korea for a week late last month at what was to have been the conclusion of a 2-year process. But this committee was unable to develop a legally binding treaty limiting plastics. Conflicting interests, silo thinking, short-sightedness, narrow perspective, all these are what AI can help us overcome. It cannot provide us the solutions, but I believe it can point us in new directions, allowing us to develop higher order thinking and support us, and it can support us in solving problems that right now appear unsolvable because we are looking at it from one or a few angles alone. So if we know how to use it right and choose to do so. And I agree with the previous panelist, Ibrahim, when he said, in the context of education, I believe we have to begin with training educators to use AI so that the educators can focus more on becoming more creative, effective, and can offer personalized attention to youngsters. And also important is to train students to use it, not to let AI do their work for them in a way that prevents the students from developing, but so our youth can develop the transdisciplinary and higher order thinking skills. So I believe in rightly using this technology, we can definitely use it to shift to an integrated way of thinking. And we really need to do that in order to solve all the very many problems that challenge us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janani, for this additional perspective. And now, as we have spent actually all our time, I believe we can still allow for a couple of questions from the audience, please. while we wait for questions from the audience, perhaps we could just challenge like each of our participants in the same order to say in 1 minute, one advice for educators what to do based on your original exposition. So we would start with Piero, if we may. So in 1 minute, what would be the best advice for educators based on what was explained? Yes.
Dear Alexander, you engaged me. Did you engage me?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I was actually asking what is in 1 minute one advice?
Yeah,
for
1 minute, 1
educators?
minute, sir. Okay. Because I have some problem with the volume of the audio. Okay, no problem. In 1 minute, sir. I think that we have to try to solve an enormous problem that is first of all an epistemological and educational problem. The confusion among the complex system and complicated system. Complicated system, as you know, are the mechanism that are governed by linear interaction, and the complex system that are the organism, the living and social organism that are characterized by systemic interaction and by, first of all, the emergent properties that are those particular properties that emerge also during the evolution, the nonlinear evolution of the system. So this is an incredible epistemological challenge, first of all for education and training institution, because we have to try to start to educate our scholars, our managers, to see objects as systems, because we are living in a world that is constituted of relation and not single object. So this is an incredible challenge also for our system of thinking. And the transdisciplinary approach is a fundamental prerequisite of this incredible challenge that we have to think to the long period.
Thank you. And now I'll ask the same question to Mariana.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Alexander. I really appreciate it, particularly because traditionally our education system was focused on logical, mathematical, cognitive intelligence development. And now AIs are forcing us, because they're so much better at that, and we cannot longer ask people about, facts, to repeat stupid stuff that they had to memorize in order to get a good grade. Now, if we look at what intelligence is, and I kind of try to point out to it, intelligence is not one. Intelligence is not mathematical, logical, cognitive only. Intelligence is emotional, is spiritual, spiritual, emotional development, of course, moral development, ethical, it was mentioned. So I would, as if I were, I'm not a teacher, but if I were one, I would encourage people to focus on what humans are better at, much better at right now, and will never be overcome by AI. And those are all the other intelligences. And Howard Gardner from Harvard has come up with 12 lines, intelligences, interpersonal, intersubjective, interobjective, many talents. So encourage students to focus on what they are really good at, what their talents are outside of the cognitive only blabbermouths like the AIs. That would be a very important aspect. The other one, I think, and I really am grateful to Ibrahim for mentioning it, we're not aware of the convergence of all these amazing technologies, all of which, each single one of which is exponential in growth. And people don't grasp what exponential means. We only understand linear. But now it's not just one technology that is evolving, and you name it, it's exponential. All of them are converging for instance, in transport as a service, autonomous driving, visual, battery technology, all of that are working, driving on demand and so on, are working together to provide us the transport as a service instead of a car that is sitting 23 hours out of the 24, being not used, but pollutes the atmosphere. And so free the streets and free the cities, and so on. So all this convergence that you also find in biology, where biotechnology is converging with information technology, and biotechnology has actually overcome the growth of information technology, which is quite amazing. And so, this precision fermentation, all the new foods that are coming online, net zero and so on, which will enable us to feed ourselves, 8 billion people and growing. So these are the two things that I would like to encourage teachers to do. Thank you.
Many thanks, dear Mariana, for this wonderful encouragement. And now we move to issue.
You have a question?
First you and then.
Okay, question. Okay, great. So I think educators should develop their AI literacy skills. So this is really important. So as you know, UNESCO also announced like 2 frameworks, like AI competency framework for teachers and students. And according to Digital Education Council Global AI Student Survey, like it says that like 9 out of 10 students use AI to assist with their homework, but students believe that both they and their instructors really need courses on AI literacy. So we cannot think that. So as like students, they all use AI, we cannot assume that, they have this very high capacity of AI literacy. So both educators and students should focus on developing their AI literacy, which also means that knowing when not to use AI.
Thank you. We have an additional question for the from Irina Bokova.
Yes, it's very interesting, and I would like to congratulate Ishu because I know her, I would say, pioneering work, a lot of abnegation to promoting technology, and in this particular case, AI. And in continuation of this question, because you do work a lot with teachers. And my question is, how are teachers reacting to this? Does it take an effort for you? Because we know that not all teachers are skilled and not all teachers are, I would say, very enthusiastic about technology. There is a lot of, without all my due respect to teachers, but there is a lot, education system is very conservative, very difficult to move and to probably one of the most difficult to reform. So what is your perspective from that point of view? Because as you said, education is an ecosystem. It is, of course, teachers, it's also parents, it is students, it is the government, the local defense. So I'm very interested in your experience from that point of view. And to Professor Kutsu, I was so happy to listen to your last concluding remark when you said that you always give this advice that young people should be ahead of technology. And modestly, I would say, because I also engage with students, I lead a course and I give lectures, and these are exactly my words: be ahead of technology. And I would like to ask you what it takes actually for young people, for students, to be ahead of technology.
Thank you so much for the fantastic question. So every time I just visit schools and train teachers, there are lots of teachers who do not trust AI. So for instance, if I have another teachers who just come to AI training, so I always have 10% of teachers are resistant to use AI. And there is a study conducted by Dr. Chukurova from UCL. He realized that AI is the #1 tool that teachers do not trust. So that's the reason why I always advise teacher educators to first analyze teachers' behaviors, attitudes towards the technology. I realize that they are so open to learning, but someone they do not trust, and they also they have this fear of AI dependency for their students. Because like, I think it's just also like, it's the same for me as well. Like maybe in the previous years, I just used to like maybe just write something from scratch. But now I just go to AI and now I instruct and then I start editing it. I think this is not something good. So, but yes, for teachers, they're open to learning, but they do not like trust AI so much, and they sometimes feel that their students are ahead of them because they are using AI. And at that time, I always tell them, okay, so the fact that they are using AI doesn't mean that they have this very high capacity of AI literacy. I always tell them they still need your guidance. Okay.
Thank you. We go back to the forest, Professor Ibrahim Kushtu.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, my advice was to the educators more than the students. So it requires that the educators should be ahead of the technology first to be able to help with the students. But when I say educator, I feel really a bit strange because the educator of the future is not probably the educator that we are thinking of now. Therefore, the domain experts, the experts in the education sector, has to think about what kind of teacher we will have in the future. That's very important. Will it be a platform? Will it be an intelligent entity? Or I really feel strange by talking about the terms of today, about the technology that is opening us the future. But when we talk about the future, sometimes people say, we are like talking about the Hollywood movies. We are not actually, we are scientists. So all the things that we are talking here are based on actual experiments or implementations. So therefore, when we say future of the education, and it's going to be probably a platform or an interaction of the student, we don't know how the classrooms will look like. We are not aware, because we don't know all of these things, we are unsure about it. It's very difficult to talk about how to educate current students and the current educators.
Many thanks. Now I think we have another participant, Janani, maybe you want to add something?
Thank you, Alexander. Just to add in a minute, I believe we need to get over and enable others to get over this fear, hesitation, reservation, this fear of AI. And at a fundamental level, the fear of change. We are afraid that AI, if it gets too powerful, it will abuse that power, like in some dystopian story. But it can actually make us more human. It has that potential. And so I believe given all of the potential that there is in AI, it is up to us to use it well. Again, just like everything else in human history. Thank you.
Yes?
Sorry, Alex. Can I ask just one sentence?
Yes.
Sorry, can I add one sentence?
Yes.
One thing that I forgot to say is, for the domain experts like educators, please work with experts who are really well educated or well experienced in AI areas. The hype is killing us. We are spending so much time to correct the hype that was created when we are trying to help, like educators or other professions in other domains. Please work to be ahead of the technology. Please work with the people who are who has a great knowledge and formal knowledge of AI, for example.
Many thanks to all the panelists for wonderful contributions, beautiful vision, and above all for all this advice to educators on how to stay ahead of the technology. And so I wish that everybody can now really stay ahead of the technology and make the best use of all this AI and other tools that are about to come. Thank you, and the session is over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And see you soon.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for a wonderful.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Hi, Mariana. Hi, Brahim.
Bye. Take care.
Bye-bye, Jen.
We have a lot of words and discourses to share.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, so welcome to the next session. So we just finished a very exciting artificial intelligence session. Most of the people are actually at this session, so I will not make a long introduction, but I will continue with these applications of AI in virtual reality, augmented reality, and we have some really good, interesting guests here. So I think we should start online first. Yeah, so our first speaker is going to be Professor Sergio Özdemir from Gazi University, and I would appreciate if you could share in 5 minutes your. Yes, if you could share in 5 minutes your first round of presentation.
May I start my speech?
Yes, yes.
Thanks. We are late, but I'm starting. I would like to start my speech with an observation about artificial intelligence. I compare artificial intelligence in its current form to the late British professor Stephen Hawking. The brain works great, but it doesn't have the organs to put the information it produces into action. In its current form, artificial intelligence seems to end many habits and traditions we have gained in history, but on the other hand, it will open the other many innovation ways. However, in order for these innovations to come to life, artificial intelligence and organs that will put it into action, namely IoT technologies, need to be developed in all sectors you can think of, such as education, communication, transportation, agriculture, health, etc. When viewed from this perspective, artificial intelligence actually ends an era while starting a brand new one. If we look at artificial intelligence technologies from an educational perspective, unfortunately, the classical educational model, which took shape with the Industrial Revolution and in which almost nothing has changed in the last 200 years, is trying to use artificial intelligence technologies to support and even strengthen its current state. As it seems, artificial intelligence projects for education are used to speed up tasks such as preparing fast multiple choice exam and reading these exams quickly, which have already been done for 200 years and now need to change. On the other hand, the course of history shows us that newly developed tools and technologies change and develop the knowledge and skill sets required for jobs in all sectors. Societies that have problems and are late in transferring these necessary changes to their new generations through education become poor and regress. On the other hand, societies whose education systems are successful in transferring the transformations brought by technology to their new generations become rich and progress. Unfortunately, not correctly understanding the cause-effect relationship between education, economy, technology, and understanding education as an area disconnected from all other sectors will be one of the biggest mistakes that can be made to education and the youth. So there is no concrete and successful answer to the question of how digital technologies and physical technologies such as IoT should be integrated into education with artificial intelligence. However, we can start by adapting IoT into education, the topics such as reducing drudgery, reducing costs, which are the purposes of using artificial intelligence and IoT technologies in other sectors. Research conducted in educational institutions of developed countries with the cooperation of McKinsey and Microsoft shows that teachers spend 51% of their professional time on pre-lesson preparations. it may be appropriate to use artificial intelligence, AR, VR, and IoT technologies to minimize teachers' pre-lesson preparations and drudgery, and to have the chance to spend more time on lessons and personal development. Finally, I would like to say that instead of abstract and vague definitions such as the professions of the future, the skills of the future, it has been and will continue to be the responsibility of all educational institutions and educators throughout history to impart the following ancient values to children. 1. To be in a trial, error, retry cycle. 2. Being patient. 3. Constantly questioning. 4. Using the scientific knowledge of the period, such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, etc. And the last one, using the production tools of the period, such as information technologies, artificial intelligence, and IoT technologies. These are all what I want to say. Thanks.
Many thanks for your introductory presentation. We shall continue with Professor Veysi Isler from Middle East Technical University. Your mic is off. The microphone is off.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. And this is a really a great conference. I attended the previous sessions as well. I learned a lot from the people, speakers. Now, actually, I will talk about the challenges and solutions, maybe solutions in adopting AI, VR, and AR for education. This was our theme of the session. So, we have artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and VR, and augmented reality for many years, actually. And we are using these technologies or these, techniques in education for many, many years, maybe for many decades. However, now they are evolving and they are exponentially, improving. So now it is important to acknowledge those technologies with significant challenges, but there are some significant challenges in order to, collectively use them in education. So today I will focus on the major technical, ethical, and practical challenges of integrating AI, VR, and AR into education, and how we can address them effectively, in a very short way. The first one is accessibility and equity. So one of the most significant challenges is ensuring that these technologies are accessible to all students and not just those in wealthy schools or developed regions. So the challenge is advanced technologies like VR headsets, AI-powered tools, and AR-enabled devices are often expensive. So high-speed internet, which is essential for many of these tools, is unavailable in many rural or underserved areas, as you know. The solution can be public-private partnership, maybe. Governments can collaborate with technology companies to subsidize hardware and software costs for schools. Another one can be shared resources. Schools can adopt shared VR, AR labs where multiple classes can use the technology, reducing the cost per student, and affordable alternatives, of course, encourage the development of budget-friendly tools such as mobile-based AR applications and lightweight AI platforms that work offline or minimal internet with minimal internet connectivity. So equity must be at the center of our strategies to ensure no student is left behind in this technological revolution. So the second challenge is that teacher training, as already mentioned, teacher training is important, but as Professor Ibrahim Kuşçu said that we don't know how how we will define teacher, who's going to be teacher. So even the most advanced technology is ineffective without trained educators to implement it, as you know. So this is the challenge. So of course, there can be some training programs. There user-friendly tools will be very important in order to in order to used by the teachers, and peer support networks will also help to help teachers learn these technologies. And the third challenge is that content development. You have these technologies, okay. However, you need content for these technologies. So high quality education content is essential for these technologies to be effective, but creating this content is complex and time consuming. Although we know AI now may generate, content, but still we need, a human intervention. So challenge was, as I said, VR, AR lessons requires 3D modeling, animation, and programming skills, which are often outside the expertise of educators. So this is a challenge, and solution, collaborative content creation, open source platforms, and content libraries can be some of the solutions to this challenge. So, and the next challenge is technical limitations. There are some technical limitations. So even when these technologies are available, technical challenges can hinder their effectiveness, right? So, for example, AI systems require significant computational power, making real-time processing difficult in schools with outdated hardware, as you know. So there are some other challenges as well. So solution can be upgrade infrastructure, focus on optimization. Developers must optimize VR, AR, and AI applications to work on low power device and adapt to less than ideal environments. And of course, technical support is needed, always needed. And the next challenge is cybersecurity and data privacy. And here, privacy first design is important. Strict regulations, training for educators in order to the educators must be trained in cybersecurity and best practice to protect student data. And finally, ethical considerations, the last challenge. So here, bias audits, regularly review AI systems to ensure they promote fairness and inclusivity, and balance technology with human connection. This is also important. Technology should complement, not replace the role of teachers. So schools must prioritize building relationships between students and educators. So ethics must guide every decision we make as we adopt these technologies. So that is all for now. So when done right, actually, these technologies can make learning more engaging and effective and inclusive, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you for this last presentation of challenges. And we move to the next introductory 5-minute presentation by Professor Tufan Adibüzel from Özyeğin University. Please.
Yes. First of all, thank you for the invitation. Do you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I would like to say hello to my colleagues, because we are a unique small group. I don't know whether we have attendees, new attendees or not, but final session, I'm going to try to make it really quick. So I would like to talk about, yes, we heard about artificial intelligence a lot, collective artificial intelligence or AI implications, like some teachers or teaching related practices. But I would like to focus on explainability of AI, like explainable AI, explainability of AI, which means that, okay, we focus on what AI generates, but what is the reasoning behind it? So what is the reasoning behind what AI recommends or what AI concludes? And I would like to push back to the history a little bit. to talk about fundamental part of the AI or the cognitive science. So how we can put AI in cognitive science? We know that from 1950s, but in 1991, modern science has developed to support human cognition or to support complex mental processing. So what we have, we have the external sources or the databases, and just to record information, just for recording purposes only, in printed format, which is called as like a traditional format. But we were still doing all kind of cognitive processes such as creating, transforming, and making decisions. Later on, and after 10 years almost, and computational media were offered, and which is really great for us, and to handle not only support, but also it was allowing to do some mental processing externally, which helps us a lot, and just to integrate them and to just expand our limited working memory. So we called such kind of computational media, or we say that, oh, we just have now transformative power. And then we call that one as like a transformative technology, what we call now transformative skills or competencies instead of 21st century skills. So we got like a transformative technology, and we now just call artificial intelligence is one of transformative technologies, right? So this is cool, and we have it, and then we just use it to expand our, the limited working memory, and we just call now, in theory, transactive memory. So what transactive memory does or just offers, like here, in a small group, we just try to have our like individual consciousness, and then we also try to benefit from our colleagues' consciousness. So we just make them all together. So we just have all kind of transactional, what we call in technical part, transactional memory, but we have also here transactive memory. So we just try to find a certain information. We are not remembering anything because we just try to get help from our group members. So think about that. So from the cognitive perspective, so artificial intelligence brings such an idea, and to have connectivism or interconnectedness, and to just maybe use it for all kind of cognitive related processes, and which is really great for us, for teachers and for students. So what I have, from the brief history, in reality, in practice, and what is being offered as, okay, what I heard, because I just train teachers and I'm an academic consultant for Fevziye Mektepleri schools for 6 years. What is being offered? Okay, new tools are coming, and then they started talking about, or we just started offering that whether course objectives should be redeveloped to go beyond what artificial intelligence can do. Or we can say that if AI makes what we teach redundant, okay, can we teach something else? So what is being offered, honestly, and there is an indefinite discussion. What kind of discussions is AI integrated versus AI enabled curriculum? Okay, and this is an indefinite discussion, and my colleagues, they really knew about this discussion. And if they go back to educational technology history or computer science education history, and especially populist scientists or populist practitioners, they started discussing about, oh, do we need a new taxonomy level? New taxonomy level other than the upper 6th or 7th level. So which means that we are having, okay, think about that. We are having new taxonomy level, no. we have all taxonomies and we have all kind of literacies, and then which means that whether AI literacy is gonna be redefined or what will be the new definition. And two definitions are coming up with. And one definition, or the most common definition, is it is kind of basic skills people need to live, learn, and work in our digital world through AI-enabled technologies. What this means that it's not like AI integrated, AI-enabled technologies, but when we move that one into education, it should be integrated as we do with the technologies in the past. You can call like a disruptive technologies or something competing related technologies. So we have the AI literacy and is being or has been redefined so far. I have 1 minute left, I know that. Okay, I'm gonna try to sum it up. And the last thing what I'm gonna talk about is, which is gonna be related to STEM education. Like, because in STEM education, because I'm gonna try to integrate all together, we don't behave T in STEM education as the true academic science. T means like a technology in STEM education, right? But we are not behaving T as a true academic discipline, which means that, okay, we can call like a technology education, but most of the time it's being said that, okay, it is application of science and application of math. But what I say that over here, if we think about the T in STEM education, interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary approach, we just call them most of the time, it is kind of transdisciplinary problem-solving experience, right? If we T as the technology through academic discipline in STEM education, if we move that idea into artificial intelligence or the upcoming technologies, I just say basically we should focus on computing education or the reasoning behind AI instead of having all kind of populist approach or approaches or populist applications. All teachers or the stakeholders in education mostly focus on computing education to be able to capture the idea behind the AI or the upcoming technologies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have here live founder of PubMed, Mutlu Doğuş Yıldırım.
Thank you so much. Greetings to the professors and the viewers. Pleasure to be here. So I heard a lot of things today. This is the last session, and I think I'm the last person who is spoken here. So I heard a lot of information today. It was great. I'd like to, since I'm not in the academical world, I'd like to maybe focus on the student and their experience and how AI is going to help them. So, you know, today I don't really remember I heard personalized education too much, but I think the most contribution of AI is going to be in this area. So I always envied Alexander the Great because his teacher was Aristotle, right? I believe Aristotle is going to be my tutor in the next few years. And it's not going to be like talking to ChatGPT and prompting saying that become like, act like Aristotle and or Einstein and teach me this and that. It's going to be like, it's going to be with me or with the students throughout their educational career. It's going to guide them, it's going to care for them, it's going to mentor them, it's going to help them with the exams. Basically, a great mind of the history or great mind of our age is going to be there with the student all the time. And I think this is going to be an amazing time for the student because first time in history, I don't have to be a king or queen or prince or princess to be able to get this kind of high quality education from the system. And I don't think it's going to be only Aristotle, but I believe there is a potential, and I think this is going to be reality in the next few years, that Einstein will be there and the Mozart is going to be there. Basically, I'm going to be surrounded as a student. I'm going to be surrounded by all these great minds who are going to help me throughout the years in my education life. that is a life change. It's like the first time this is going to be possible. The kings didn't have this chance in the history, but we will have. And I think it's going to be worldwide available in the next 5 years or so for either free or close to free prices. So this is a great. And moreover, I believe since these are AI tools and looking at the available technologies today, if I want to learn how a cell functions, these teachers, they're going to be able to visualize things for me instantly, either in a video, if it's a laptop, or if it's a VR or AI environment, it's going to be a 3D object that I can interact with. This is going to be so great because as a student right now, I can talk to all these great teachers around me, all these great minds, and I can ask them to visualize things for me, teach me. That is going to be revolutionary. Well, what is going to be the teacher's role at that point, right? I believe it's going to have to be transformable to be more like a guiding the student or mentoring the student how to interact with these, let's say, great real teachers in a sense, because I think they're going to be the teachers at that point. And at that point, maybe the human teachers, their roles are going to be like, okay, how can I make sure that the information the student is getting from these AI teachers are correct, accurate, not biased, not problematic, and how can we improve the quality of this education even further for the student? So I believe that's going to be a revolutionary time in the next few years. I have a little daughter; she's 6 years old. I think she's going to have an amazing educational experience in the upcoming years, and I'm really excited for her future and for all the students' future worldwide. Thank you.
Many thanks for this very, really wonderful description of this future vision where we are going to have all these teachers from Aristotle to Einstein to everybody who can teach us something. And we are actually very close to this future, but we are also over our allowed time. So now I'm just going to ask if there is some really urgent questions at this point. From the audience, no, from the web. No, then we are just going to conclude with this wonderful vision. We are going to have all the best teachers with us in a very short time, and these teachers are going to teach us towards a really wonderful future, which is going to be bright. Thank you all for your wonderful contributions, and I conclude this session.
Thank you too. Bye.
Thank you too. Bye. Merhaba, merhaba. Teşekkür ederim.
Little late, but not much. Okay, 1 minute late.